And good morning. Happy Sunday. Still getting set up. It's getting a wee bit cold out there. Put a sweater on. And good morning. How are you doing today? Sora C10. So we've been going through Dietolne's Proc-macro workshop, learning a bit about Proc-macros. I am sore. Thank you for asking. I'm really sore. Yesterday we did a ton of yard work. Alright, looks like the phone is finally started. Get Twitch on there too. There we go. That's good. Alright, I think we're ready to get going. Hey, Zenocron. How are ya? They're fun, but hard to get started with. Yeah, that's why we're going through this. We've been spending a year now in Rust. A couple hours before work every day. So we decided to finally take the plunge. We had a use for it. We've been using Godot plus Rust, the GD native project. And it could use a little bit more work on its proc macros, so we thought we would learn the proc macros in order to help out. Oh, finally some cold weather. You and I both, huh? It's cold. It's really cold here. Then I'm sore. Ton of yard work yesterday. So we are going through the sorted bit here. Project. And we are currently on step 2 of 8. Not bad. Let's see, how far did we get with this? Good. Should fail to compile. And we got the test working, right? Hook 2 has an error. Yes. Yes, that did match. Cool. So let's turn on number 3. Out of order? Oh no, it's out of order. Something failed. It should be before, should sort before that failed. At this point, we have an enum and we need to check whether the variants appear in sorted order. When your implementation notices a variant that compares lexicographically less than one of the earlier variants, you'll want to construct a SYN error that gets converted to a token stream by the already existing code that handled the conversion during the previous case. See, now here they're talking about SYN error becoming a token stream. So I think we're already doing this slightly wrong. And that these errors are, I mean, they sound like they're meant to just be part of the stream. You'll want to construct a SYN error that gets converted to a token stream by the already existing code that handled this conversion during the previous case. Alright, the span of your error, which determines where the compiler places the resulting error message, will be the span of whichever variant name that is not in the right place. Alright, and it should identify which one it should be in front of. Okay. Interesting. Okay. We have our sort error. I think we'll have something called order there eventually. It'll probably have args. Now down here in parse input, we need to go through all of these elements and ensure they are in the correct order. So we get an item here. It should be an enum. What do they call it in here? Item enum. And currently we're just returning whatever it is in there. We don't want to do that anymore. I'm sure we'll still do that, but not... That won't be the whole thing. Take a peek at item enum. Looks like it's already here. Variance. Punctuated. Punctuated as iter. Okay. And then we can just probably fold through the iter. Collecting them also into some sort of vector or keeping a reference to something. So that we can, let's see. I mean, the simple way would, I think, be to just, as we inspect each item, check to see if the elements before it are ordered correctly. Well, if it's ordered correctly compared to the ones before it. Which is terribly inefficient, but it would work. The other way is we could sort it and compare them. So I think that let's see, if we did just sort them, yeah, then we can kind of zip through it. Okay. Variance dot iter. Oh, we can check to see if it is sorted. See, with a variant, what are we going to sort it on? The ident, right? It does have partially Q, and I'd presume that is based on the ident. Yeah. Ident fields discriminant. Okay. Oh, one other thing. Sort is on slice. Wait, how does... So can we actually get a slice of this? Punctuated. Okay. Sequence of syntax tree elements. I do not think that'll work. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Expected use size found range full. Ah, because it implements index. Alright, well, let's collect this into something else that we can get a slice over. Oh, ord is not on sin variant. It needs the same thing. Let's go back one. So on variants, punctuated and variant. What else do we have on variant? So we have partially Q, but not order. Of course. In which case, we either create a new type for this, toss order on there. I wonder why they don't have ord. Sort them as strings. Yeah, we could collect them into strings. Basically getting the ident of every variant. Does ident have ord? Ident does have ord. So there's our variant feed out. Actually, did it have? No, it was just a field. V is borrowed. Now let's say I did want to keep a reference to idents. We do that here. That's a synident. A synident. There we go. Then we can sort and stable it. And now we can basically go through both lists at the same time, checking to see where they differ. And then we have the element that should be there and the element that it should be before. So if we could zip these together somehow. I never use zip. Oh, this is cool. How do we use zip? Just iter.zip, huh? Nice. I don't mean variants. Iter zip. Now we give it the other iterator. Variance.iter. And then we're looking to find a pair. So we want to give it a predicate. Yeah. So this is going to be the first case where they do not match. Find. And this is the actual. Then we have the expected. We'll check to see. So in this case, if the ident of the actual does not equal the expected, we're done. Rustation Duke of Pawns. Why couldn't the sesame seed leave the casino? He was on a roll. Didn't. Actually, that's the whole thing of what we want to return, isn't it? Let's see, what are our types? Oh, triple borrow, ident, and double on the variant. Get it matched up? No? Those look nearly identical. Oops. That's a fun little intro to that song. All right. So going back to ident. Where's ident? So why can we not compare to the other ones? Yeah, we definitely want one borrow right there on the variance. And you're right, here, into iter, we could drop one layer. Now we have two on that side, two on this side. Now this is a variant, this is an ident. Let's give it a cargo check. Let's look at the bigger error. Is it really just the tuple? Oh, here. So why is it doing the asref stir? It's not implemented for proc-macro ident. Is this an ordering issue? Should I have done the borrowed ident first, so the expected equals the actual dot ident? I don't think so. Or is it because partial equal isn't implemented for those? It's probably just that. If we do that, so due to these types here, ident, yeah, variant, okay. All right, now in this case, let's assign this to a variable instead, and we'll check that using an if let afterwards. Let order error, if let sum, so in this case, we end up returning the error. What is the error message? Or standard error? Just taking a peek at those errors again. Now, let's go ahead and say error here. But we need to know the span as well. Ah, and that's something that we did miss. Because in this case, we didn't actually record the attribute. We're keeping a hold of the ident. All right, so we probably should have done a sorted unstable by. Good morning. What are we doing? We are working through Proc-macro workshop from Ditolne, with the goal of being able to help out the GD native project on some changes that we would like to the Proc-macros that they have. And if you're not familiar with GD native, it lets you use Rust inside of Godot, which is the game engine we're using. All right, so we're going to change this to attribute. Going to keep a reference to it, and then we'll say sort unstable by. We'll have to give it a function. What is A in this case? Oh, I'm going to borrow V. V I thought was borrowed. And at this point here, we're in the third section of the sorted setup. So if you're not familiar with this, basically the Proc-macro workshop goes through a series of kind of stages that you work through. And the goal for us in this exercise is to produce a warning, or an error, I guess, whenever somebody has something out of order. Specifically, if an enum variant is out of order, as in it should be sorted. Hey, Nixidiv, how's it going? And good morning. This fine, crispy morning. It is very crisp outside. And it's weird when you say it's crisp out, people know that it's cold. But if you say it's crispy, people have no idea what you're talking about. Oh. Variant. Of course, it's variant, not attribute. And now we order them. So this wants us to return ordering? Yes. Perfect. Surprisingly warm there. Oh, wow. A.ident. What does ord provide? So if something implements CMP ord, okay, so we need to call compare. And that should return order, no? There we go. Okay, now we have variants, and we could compare them directly. Let's see, does variant actually have that on it? It does have equal. Okay, and partially equal. So instead of comparing those like so, we'll compare them directly. That's better. Oh, yes, and good morning. Morning, Dexter. So yeah, we've been building a game server in Rust and also a game client in Rust inside of the Godot engine. And the server has no idea about Godot. And one of the nice things about using GD Native with Godot is that we can actually share some of this code that both the server and client have in common. So, given our available resources of me in the morning before work, a couple hours, I need to make sure I'm doing this as efficiently as possible. So we're going to have a sort error here. We're going to provide it order. We're going to give it actual and expected. And that variant should have that on that. Okay. Return error. I'm going to toss that on there. Oops. Is it clear that an unstable sort is okay here? What if somebody duplicates a key? I think that it would randomly choose one, but in an enumeration you can't have duplicate keys. So we don't have to worry about that. Good question. All right, we have two variants. Missing match arm, yes. Actually, let's have it fill it in. I want to try that. Fill match arms. Oh, look at that. And we need to give it a span. So in their error example, it was saying that I think it's the span of the expected. Yeah, if somebody's got a broken enum anyways, I mean, then this throwing the wrong one, like if they did have a duplicate key, then it would still be a duplicate. Like if they had foo, bar, baz, it's going to say that, bar is out of order, right? Regardless of which one it picks. And good morning, Musean. Ah. Interesting that it didn't pick that up in here. Let's go to COC restart. All of this could be two beach reset intersections. Oh, that's an interesting idea too. Hmm. I found a use for zip, and I wanted to try it out. So rarely use zip. Like recently, we've been able to use window a lot with generating the procedural meshes, which is what I had wanted to do for a very, very long time. Like just be able to use window on something. Same with zip. All right, so this here. What is it? Oh, you just got done with your super simple file sharing site in Rust, all under 8 megabytes. Why is multi-part form data such an annoying format? Ah, yes. Now in this case, I get that. Okay, this isn't going to find the error here. But if we did compare them, cannot move out of shared reference. Yeah. Now, should I just call the actual function on that then? Because it has partial equal on it. Is that what you would do here? It seems... So if this is not equal to that... Oh, the star in the expression. Oh, did you reference it on the right? Over here. That kind of reads well too. Oh. Variant doesn't have that? I thought we had full enabled. Does full not include that? Cargo. Oh, dash V. Interesting. Yeah. Let's give that another check. All right, so cargo test. Good. Actual output. Unused attributes. Okay. Get rid of lib here. get to that in a moment. Oh, did we still have... Oh, it's running twice. Good. Perfect. Okay, so we did get the span correct by keeping a reference, well, by cloning that, the variant. Yeah, I was truly, I was expecting full to be everything. Like, or would that be extra full? Like, I don't know. All right, now for the air. Just gonna be this. That should be before this. Oh, this needs to be a format bang. Actual. I don't know if we can actually do this. Probably have to give it the ident. All right. Oops. I don't know. We're not doing it this way. We're going to that window. Oh. That flip comma. Oh, that was so wrong. Oh, I should have seen that. I just wasn't thinking about that. Wonder if you can use it for just assert equal. Simple. Yeah, that was great. Okay. So that was interesting. We ended up keeping a reference, well, basically cloning the variant here, so that we could have the span go along with it. That was neat, and it kept it nice and clean. You had a DBGA and DBGB, and it spectacularly failed. Oh, that's funny. All right. So what's the next one? Progress. Variants with data? Oh no. This test is similar to the previous, where we want to ensure that the macro correctly generates an error when the input enum is out of order. But this time, it's using an enum that also has data associated with each variant. Dun dun dun. I see. Mine should be before that. What? Oh, I see. So the problem here is that we're replacing the result. Okay. So this is one of my concerns earlier, and that this, where was it? Here. We need that report error to also include the original content as well. Can we do a quote like so? Oh, I'm doing this in the wrong section. We can leave that the way. No, let's take that back out. I meant to do that down here. Just lumping into on it. Yes, that's the solution. That, adding and removing ampersand and asterisk, also a solution. Flipping commas sometimes. And when all else fails, you ask yourself, what do you call a sleeping bull? A bulldozer. Alright. Okay, so we were going to do this here. Slap seller. Yes, another solution. Brilliant solution. Item followed by error. Because technically we don't want the comma there, but report error. You are a sort error. And I thought that a sort error, what we call that, report error on it, we get a token stream. Oh, okay, it is a token stream. Oh, but it's a proc-macro token stream, not a proc-mac2 token stream. Alright, now this one here, we can get rid of that into. And it feels like they both have to have the same sort of error output. Ref and ref has some neat functions on it now. Oh, really? And when's the next release coming out? Oh, map split. That sounds neat. splits a ref into multiple refs for different components of borrowed data. Wow. The ref cell is already immutably borrowed, so this cannot fail. Oh, that is neat. That sounds pretty neat. Alright, so we got 4 to compile. And basically the solution there was also including the input, so we didn't get the extra errors. Other than that, we didn't really change anything. Down to progress, let's go to 5. Match expressions. Get ready for a challenging step. Uh-oh, dun dun dun. This test case is going to be a much bigger change than the others so far. Not only do we want sorted to assert that variants of an enum are written in order inside of an enum definition, but also inside match expressions. Really though, procedural macro implications on expressions are not allowed by the stable compiler. To work around this limitation until the feature stabilizes, we'll be implementing a new sorted check macro, which the user will need to place on whatever function contains such a match. Interesting, okay. The sorted check macro will expand by looking inside the function to find any match expression carrying a sorted attribute, checking the order of the arms in the match expression, and then stripping away the inner sorted attribute to prevent the stable compiler from refusing to compile the code. Note that unlike what we've seen in the previous test case, stripping away the inner sorted attribute will require a new macro to mutate the input syntax tree rather than inserting the unchanged into the output token stream as before. This is a much bigger step, isn't it? Overall, the steps to pass this test will be introduce a new procedural macro called check, parse the input as a SYN item function, traverse the function body looking for match expressions. This part will be easiest if you can use the visit mutable trait from SYN and write a visitor with the visitor expression match mute method. That's like something out of a Dr. Seuss book. Dr. Seuss. For each match expression, figure out whether it has sorted as one of its attributes. Alright. Alright, time for another thing. We'll call it check. Now, can we do that in the same function here? It's a proc-macro attribute. A new sorted check macro. Wow, so much is experimental in there. Oh, Sora C10. So if the compiler checks before and after macros, why is this okay? Shouldn't it already complain about sorted attribute before running the macro? I'm guessing it has different stages. That's a good question. I do not know the answer to that. So in this case, where we have proc macro attribute, where are these defined? Okay, so we need a proc macro here, not a proc macro attribute. Such as function like macros, proc macro attribute, and custom derive. Okay. And what did they want it called? Check. Oops, wrong window. I'm guessing it just takes the same thing. Proc mac token stream and probably wants the same thing out. Sorted check, not an attribute. I wonder how we would do that. See the book for more. Some attribute, yes. Custom derive macro. We already did that. Attribute like macros. Here we go. Function route. Oh, no. That's attribute like macros. I mean, it's kind of the same thing, isn't it? And then function like macros. More flexible than functions. They can take an unknown number of arguments. However, in macro rules, macros can be defined only using the match-like syntax. Okay. Function-like macros take a token stream parameter, and their definition manipulates the token stream using the Rust code. Okay. Okay. So in this case, when it's saying expected attribute found macro, sorted check, it's saying that this is not an attribute. Is sorted, sorted. And then sorted check. How do we get that in the right namespace to be able to do this? That's interesting. Pub function sorted. So that's sorted, sorted. This would be, I guess by definition, sorted check. Alright, so I think this is set up correctly. It's just that the error doesn't seem to match what I'm expecting. Alright, let's go ahead and parse that and see what we can do. Now they had suggested parsing it as an item function, fn item fn, there. I don't know, I think I want to do... We're just gonna use that kind. There we go. There we go. All right. What is an item function? Ah, then we have the block. Signature vector. Then we have statements. Syntax tree traversal to walk a shared borrow of syntax tree. This partition is the same style as Saturday. I see. Visit match. It's a match expression. There's also a visit mutably. Each method of the visit mute trait is a hook. Okay. So visit file mutably with. Oh, file and field. Interesting. Whoa, way too far. So in this case, they're giving it the whole syntax tree, and the syntax tree is a file. That's how they're treating it. Let's see. And before we get too far off track, traverse the function body looking for match expressions. All right, so traversing the function body, we look back here. Item function had, oh, a block, my mistake. And then a block has a series of statements in it. But a block isn't a field, well, and so how are we going to visit each one of these? We could iterate over the vector of statements, and then given the statement, how do we get the visitor wired up to this? Let's see. Two tokens, etc. It's not like the other thing could take tokens and iterate and visit that. We probably have to enable that, don't we? So create a structure, have our visitor, delegate to the default implementation. Okay. Yeah, the piece that I'm failing to see how it wires up is the syntax tree. No, in this case we have, well, we're using parse2 in this case. But those statements, right? Because we have a block, and a block has a vector of statements. I'm wondering whether, like, what we can actually pass to this. What does a visit file immediately take? I take something called a file. Oh, yeah, where v is a visit mode. Okay, and file is some node. It parses an entire file. I see. And parse field or visit. Oh, there are many, many visit functions. I didn't see those. Visit block mutably. Okay, there it is. Then you pass it. Okay. I guess we could visit the function mutably, couldn't we? I don't think it's going to care. Although, why waste the cycles? And then we give it what our type is. So our visitor is just going to be, I don't know, sort check. You can parse a file from a stir? Oh, that's an aid. You would suggest starting a visit file? Oh, interesting. Okay. The only reason that... so if we did with parse file, then what input do we give it? I get that we can give it a string, but I don't have the content for the string. I mean, we could serialize the tokens, I guess. But then it seems like it would have to parse it again. Because here they're telling us to parse the input as sin item function, and then traverse the body, looking for the match expressions. Yeah, not the testing phase. Oh, they all impl... Is it mutably? Oh, I missed that. Okay. Well, that's cool. Because I'm not seeing that at all in here. How do you divine that from this? Unless it's on the visit mutably side? Like, where is it implemented on the foreign types? Scroll down. Traits, functions. It doesn't have an acceptor. Okay, that makes sense. So kind of like this, visit block mutably, because we're supposed to strip out that attribute when we do find the match. Usually in Rust, you invert who calls a visitor. Usually the items accept a visitor. Oh, I got it. Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. Struct. Sort function check. And then we have to impulse something on that. Is it mutably? Now we're just going to impl the piece that we care about. This is... Alright. We'll implement that for that. Now it has everything as defaults on here. Oops. Don't. Come back. Alright, cargo to Tommel. Let's add another one. What feature was it? Oh, a visit mutably feature. Okay. Give it a minute. There we go. It added 800 lines to the file. All right. All right, so then we do whatever we want with the match expression here. Now, what is this supposed to be doing? We have the item. So, what is the return type of this? Nothing. But we will be visiting the block. Oh, interesting. We probably do want to visit the function, don't we? Gotcha. So we're going to be visiting that. Then at the very end. Okay, so we'll have to do something else here. So we're going to strip stuff out. Then we're also going to have to produce some sort of error. But it seems as though we'll have to kind of maybe preserve some of the state in here. Oh, self node, thank you. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. Looking at this down here, we could sort function check. Alright, yes, and we are not returning anything yet. So in this case, we're either going to be returning an error or the token stream. Now, this lets us mutate the token stream. So we should probably be returning it. But what do we do with the errors in this case? So when we call check, I was expecting to get some sort of okay error there. We could inject the errors into the stream. Just toss them in the AST. Panic? Yeah. We know that works. But we're trying to do it, quote unquote, the right way. Alright. The AST isn't the token stream. Let's check to see if there's an error. Let's run a check after the visit. Alright. So yeah, we'll just store that here. Miguel Merca, happy Sunday. How are you? Also, you could just call it as a trait method on sort function check. Oh, I see. I see, yes. So in this case, it could be... You see faster than Lime's article on live reloading Rust? I was looking at that before streaming this morning, and then my phone died, and I got ready to stream. Item function mutable. There. I have to give it that. Type annotations. Oh, because it doesn't know the type. Equals sort function check default. Helps if I spell default correctly. Make it mutable. Good. All right. All right, let's see what we get into up here. Let's try doing our impl. Now, as we visit the match expression, we want to see, so we can't just do a match expression. We also need to look at attributes. What is an attr style? I'm not sure what that is. Attribute mutably. Because we're going to have to delete this. So we'll want this one as well. Oh, I see. Is it inner or outer? So in the case of this, we want rename that to attribute. Technically, we want to get rid of it. So how do we delete this then? Okay, where v is a visit mute. Do we just not call the... You don't need to get rid of the attribute. The compiler does that for you. This is for the inner piece, so this would be this one here, inside the function. Hey, morning, Bizmonger. So this one, I understand that it gets rid of for us, but this one here, I think we have to delete. It'll get rid of that. So in this case, check that the match arms are sorted and delete the sorted attribute from the list of attributes. But it'll get rid of that, okay. Visit attribute mutably. There we go. So it doesn't go infinite? Oh, interesting. Yeah, they didn't mention that. Because it would recurse then? We just keep calling the function over and over. All right. Let's take a peek at that. Uh-oh. Alright, my network just bounced. I don't know why. Something happened. So in order to delete it, would we simply not visit it? Or do we have to do something to the attribute to delete it? Maybe visiting its parent and asking its parent for the attributes. Does a match expression have attributes that we would have to delete it from? Oh, it does. Okay, so we don't need to do this one up here. But we could mutate the match expression attributes. ATTRS. Basically, we check to see if any one of those is one we don't want and strip it out. Okay. Now that's just a regular vector. We can check to see it's the path. Attribute path is ident. Okay. What's the most efficient way to do that? Is it to index and then swap remove? I think it was sorted, wasn't it? So we get the position. Would that... I mean, swapping those could cause an issue, couldn't it? So ideally, we just want to call remove and shift everything. Oh, and that's a U size. So if it does have one of those, okay. So we remove it if we have it. And then also check that the match arms are sorted. Ah, there it is. It was EXPR. Oh, this is neat. Body, guard, pattern. So it's really the pattern that we're looking for, isn't it? But there could be a huge, huge number of patterns. Sorted, sorted, match fill. What if you have 0 sorted? Oh, then we wouldn't do this. Right, it needs to have something if it is sorted. But if it's sorted twice, that's a kind of Gigo error, right? Garbage in, garbage out. Yeah, I see that you could have multiple sorted in there. Yeah, I'm just thinking through, how would you do that? You would either get multiple indexes or you would replace the vector with things you would just keep. So you could use filter and just produce an entirely new vector, excluding the ones that have matched, trying to keep track of whether or not there was at least one. So you could compare maybe the before and after size to see if the array shrunk, or the vector, pardon me. Or maybe you have a feature flag if you have more than one. You have like an extra sorted feature flag that allows you to sort more than once. Okay. So in this case, for the arms, look how there are so many things for pattern. I just want to know whether or not they're sorted in the right order. I'm not seeing functions on these. From parse 2 tokens. How do I know if they're sorted? You only match enums with this? People ident are wild. Oh, I see. Some of box V. You can do that? What is wild pattern? Sounds interesting. Oh, box patterns are nightly only. Interesting. Okay. I see. So underscore is always at the end. That's a wild pattern. Got it. Verbatim's a token stream. Okay. So we should be able to compare the idents for the other two. The tuple and the ident. I guess we could do tuple struct as well. Let's reference. I see. Could we do path as well? Oh, I see. Tuple struct for enums. Because we probably need to do the same thing here. Delete the sorted attribute from the list. Okay. The result should be that we get the expected compile time error pointing out that format should come before I/O. Okay. Excuse me. I'm so glad that there's like a mute. So in this case, match arms. That was off of match expressions, right? Arm. And that's off of match expression has arms. Just make a peeking iterator and collect all of the idents into a vect. Oh, interesting. Peeking so you can see if underscores at the end of the iterator without advancing it. Then assert the vector of idents are sorted. Oh, that's neat. Now, given that we have a vector, what's a peeking iterator? Next if peek. Look at the next element. Oh, wow. That's neat. Wow. Learn something new every day. This is cool. This is why you have to like practice Rust every day, because there's always a little bit extra. Okay. So why? I mean, we could use a peaking iterator just to do the comparisons. Right, we could compare the peak with the current, check to see if they're in the right order, and continue on. And then if we get to the very end and the end is the wild card, then we're okay. Let's try that. Okay. Match. Peakable. Now peakable's on iterator, so that just adds a peak function. Oh, so you can say which two idents are in the wrong order. Oh, that's true, because we couldn't... Yeah. Oh, you're right. Which would basically be what we were doing before. Except this is a little bit more complicated because the match arms can be so many different types. Or it can be so many different kinds of expressions. With peakable, you normally just do, well, let sum, blah. And the whole point of that would just be to see if the underscore is at the end or not. Collect all of the idents into a peaking so you can see if the underscore is at the... Oh, I see. Now, we're also going to want... no, we can't keep the idents here. Because we need to collect the expression so we can mark it span, right? So we have to collect a portion of the arm, the pattern, right? So we'll have to keep the pattern. Otherwise, well, yeah. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do the span correctly. Oh yeah, just do anders r find underscore. All right. We check the enum definitions for sortedness. Oh, I see. You want to show off, Pika? All right, let's go through. Let's try peak. So we have a peakable iterator. So it's going to be equal to this. Now, what are we actually trying to check here? Whether or not it's sorted? No. We just want to see. We want to collect them. Peaking iterate and then collect all of the idents into a vector. Peaking so you can see if underscore is at the end of the iterator or not without advancing it. I guess I'm not seeing how peak would actually work in this case, because if we did something here and then we had some sort of map, whatever that is, collect, then the map here is going to be able to get. Yes, we couldn't do that. We wouldn't be able to use that. We'd have to use a for loop and collect using a for loop, right? Yeah, while at sum. Okay, I see. Yeah, for loop or the while at sum. Gotcha. Yeah, I was wondering if you could use a peekable iterator with the combinators, and it doesn't look like you can. Is there a way to actually provide the iterator into the combinators, into the functions, closures? Oh, because of both bar on mute. Or you could use scan. Oh, I see. Yeah, and scan would let you provide the context. Okay, let's do the while then. Arms is going to be equal to that. We're going to have a peekable iterator. While at some arm equals arms done next. And then in this case, so we can. We're also going to want to collect that, aren't we? That needs to be mutable. Oh, it doesn't want to fill that in. Regardless. Ident. And this is off of hat. Expected struct sin arm found sin pad. Oh, arm dot path. Arm dot path. Huh. All right. Tuple struct and wild. Why do we want wild? Interesting. What is ore? Oh, that's a pipe. That's a pipe, isn't it? Huh. Macro. What ident in box? Actually, we probably want to keep Pat, isn't it? Armed up Pat. But I doubt the workshop will. Okay, okay. Um, it's behind a shared reference. Armed. Borrowed. I guess if these are the same. No, 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 no. And then wild. So in those cases, we're going to keep a hold of them. Do nothing in the other case. In this case, arm doesn't have a way to get to the ident without matching over it. But if we do not keep the arm, then we also don't have the span, right? Because we need the arm for the span error. Well, excuse me, I said that backwards. We need the arm for the error span. I guess unless we give it tokens. Tokens might work. But you're right, we could be pulling out these idents here. Oh, that's true. That's true. Alright, let's do that. Because that ident is not this ident, that's a pat ident. So pat ident dot ident. Not borrowed. And if we go back, which one's a tuple? Pat tuple struct. It has a path. Ooh. Okay, what are the different portions of this? We have the path I'd expect to be the name on the left. This piece here. And then the pattern is going to be on the right. Big existential question incoming. You have a Rocket.rs server project that needs to send messages to a RabbitMQ broker. You should use the Lapin library of the Rabbit. But all the code in the example is using async await. You read here and there that you should really use only one runtime for that in the program. Yeah, you can use multiple runtimes. I'm using Rust Analyzer on master. I am using the weekly Rust Analyzer. So every week I end up going into like this here, git fetch. Then I'll check out the tagged weekly version. I think I did it this week. Yeah. So I'm already on this. So the next portion after this, it's going to ask us to not only compare the ident, but also the body portion of the variant. I think it's going to ask us to compare the match portion. But we're going to take the path there. See, in this case, it's path is considered an ident if the path has no leading colon, the number of path segments is 1, and the path segment has no bracketed or parenthesized path arguments. I say. Well, we could check to see if it is an ident. Go with that. Or we could get the last element in the path or entire path. But how are we going to compare that to the other ones if it's not an ident? Guess we check to see if that is an ident. Otherwise, skip it. That means that this here is not an ident. Unwrap. Ah, I did that wrong. Good morning, fluffy pink, well, pink fluffy llama. I'm doing all right, doing all right. We are working through the Proc-macro workshop, learning how to work on Proc-macros in Rust. I have a feeling this is going to not work. Of course it's not, we didn't finish it. And then if we have a wild pattern, that needs to be at the end. Oh, I see. Because in this case, we could peek to see if there is anything else. And if there is something after the wild, then there's an issue. Guess that's only true if, you know, if there's anything ever after the wild, you have bigger problems. Alright, we'll leave that unimplemented for the moment. Alright, so that's never read. We got all sorts of warnings in here, but that's okay. It should have been stripping that out. Those custom sorted elements. Oh, that, and saying it's unimplemented. If sort check function dot, guess we could check for error if let sum else we return the modified token stream. And we'll pass that through. Oh. Hey, Pink Fluffy Llama, what do you mean, is function overloading a thing in Rust? It is not. You cannot function overload in Rust. It's interesting that it's not stripping that out. Should have removed that. That, and it seems as though match isn't coming through here. Oh. What's our output? I do not see the output. Okay, so it didn't actually make it in there. So it seems as though sorted check isn't getting found correctly. I wonder why. Did we not call it check? The function check is right there. Proc macro is sorted. Expected attribute, found macro, sorted check. What does that mean? Okay, towards the very end of this, we had some examples. Proc macro, attribute. Okay. Function-like procedural macros. This is what we're trying to do. Defined by a public function with a proc macro attribute and a signature of token stream to token stream. Input token stream is what the inside of the delimiters of the macro invocation, and the output token stream. Okay. Oh, I see. So I'm actually doing this incorrectly. So I shouldn't be using the function-like procedural macros like frontline, etc. And I should be using the attribute macros. Gotcha. That makes so much more sense. All right. What's the goal of the Proc macro? Currently, let's see, we're looking at the sorted exercise. So if we look at 3 out of order, basically this macro is supposed to alert you that these are out of order. I'm supposed to generate an error. All right, so we should be hitting this. That's why it wasn't even wired up. Okay. Now we do not take any arguments. Technically, it's kind of the same as the other one. Oh, there we go. Format should be before IO. Fantastic. And so we were removing that, removing attribute 0. Lovely. And it said that it panicked. Okay. Which is good. Now if we have OK here, that means everything is just peachy. Wait, can't we just return input? That should work. I find args. But the return type here is going to be different depending on the match arms, etc. So that's not going to work. All right, we'll make that mutable. Pass an mutable, an exclusive borrow, mutable borrow. Mutable. Yes, clean up some of this. Who parses proc macro attribute? The compiler, Museum. The compiler parses proc macro attribute. And does it use sin quote? Yes. Yes, it does. Okay. So this is the attributes. Sorted, good. And then we removed attribute 0, which was good. Okay, so that's working. So where's the actual real code? Sin is actually generated by sin quote. I don't know. Sin is generated from some JSON? Oh, wow. It feels like it's turtles all the way down here. Um, so if sin is actually, okay, so it's going to be some sort of JSON that the compiler holds. So the JSON is going to be generated from something in the compiler. Is a JSON an artifact of building the compiler? The JSON is from the Sin project. Oh wow. Well, this is looping. We've gone around the roundabout once. Generated by the compiler's parser. Okay, we're gonna go around that roundabout twice. Sin parses the compiler to generate the JSON to generate itself. So Sin has to like bootstrap itself. Oh, that's deep. It has to parse the compiler, but what does it parse about the I have no idea at this point. Because the compiler, I'm guessing that there's some sort of compiler plugin which Sin is taking advantage of, like some other, like the old school Proc-macros, right? Where it generates something, it sees the whole AST, generates the JSON from it. So you have to have the compiler, and then Sin is somehow getting wired into it. Compiler plugins doesn't exist anymore. Okay. All right, there goes that idea. How would they do that? Sin is just a crate. I'm not sure. Let's say, so if I mean, it feels like it's using Sin from the last compile. And it had to get to the point where it can actually bootstrap itself. Just something to think about. You're gonna leave that seed in there just to grow. Sin uses the current stable. Okay. All right, here we have our arms. Now we need to go through the arms, see if they're sorted. Because you're writing Rust. To write Rust, which uses Rust to write Rust. Oh my goodness. Most of sin is actually macro rules, which are generated by the proc macros. Oh no. We're gonna zip that together with arms, sorted arms. Just kind of do the same thing as the last time. But there's a reason Proc-macro 2 exists. And because one is unstable and the other is stable. And Proc-macro 2 is the stable interface. What's your favorite piece of Rust code? My favorite is a funny consequence of having a bootstrapping compiler. Compiler, let's see, the Rust compiler is written in Rust. This includes the parser. Charlotte. It's called to parse \escape. When slash is followed by n in a string literal, this represents a new line, right? So this function returns a new line character. This function is written in Rust. And the way to write a new line character in Rust, and so there's a match arm that looks like n/sum. Wow, this is fun. That's pretty trippy. The original value was probably never defined in Rust. It probably came from OCaml, which probably came from an earlier compiler. The compiler is all the way down. Wow. That's cool. Alright, I'm gonna move this tab. Start. There we go. Oops. Go back. There. Alright, back to the end of the line there. Now this is the actual this takes two tuples. Now that should not be like that. Making a closure. So if the actual is not equal to the expected, then we return that big conglomeration of things. Find. Oh, yeah, that shouldn't have been like that. The actual span. So if there is a difference. Oh, find map. And with find map, we would need to store a little bit less information, wouldn't we? That's true. Find map would be useful here. My office is getting cold. I gotta start working on some sort of heating system in here. I don't want to use electric power this winter for this. Alright. Okay, so at this point, really we want to be able to save some sort of error in self, right? Because we're inside of the visitor. Self.error.replace. We're going to give that sort error order. No, in this case we were working on variance. Match order. You're right, we do not need the whole thing. Although I was hoping that we could get away with not passing the spans through. But I think we have to. Is that the actual span? No, let's see. I forget which one. It's going to be number 4 there. Missing match arm, yes. It's going to be the span, and then we have our message, which will be the same as that one. Can we clone spans? Looks like we can. Alright. Oh, nice. Doing a crash course in a SQL language course. Ah, very good idea. Doesn't do the copy trade. But does that mean that we have to do that there? Could should work. Probably have, let's see. Oh, triple land, triple borrow. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Okay. And I'm going to ignore that for now. We can come clean that up in a bit. But yeah, the find map would have given us just what we needed, and not all of that. Oh, interesting. Missing format and implementation. That's because of this? No, it was talking about error. Input display for error. We look at 05. Oh, it's saying that it stopped outputting everything as soon as it got the error. Okay, so we need to make sure that if there is an error, it still outputs the input. Where was that? That's down here in the parse, no, not parse function, check. Actually, we should have hit the panic, shouldn't we? So we visit everything there. Looking at the return errors. Ah, in this case, yes, we get the error. Oh, I did get the panic. Panicked at test 1 of 1. Oh, help message, not implemented. Okay, I was not looking at that. I looked at Okay, custom attribute panicked, not implemented. All right, it's starting to parse that now. All right, so it did go to the right space then. Oh, not that one. This one. This unimplemented. Which, oddly enough, we want a bit of the same. Along with our error. And now we want is it to compile error? That's what it is. Oh no, we were using report. Report error. Oh, but we don't have a span to give it. I guess we could give it any span, but the span was already kind of... And that's the wrong span. Put function span. No. Oh, item. Yeah, let's change that in a moment. Or into options. My code takes the token stream still? What? Here it does. And then it parses it as input here. Because it had told us to parse it as item function, which is what we ended up doing. And then parse that. Yeah, that takes an exclusive reference to item function. Ah, okay. Macro expansion ignores comma and any following. Macro expansion ignores the comma and any following. Oh, because I was silly and put a comma in there. Oh, look at that. All right, format should sort before IO. Lovely. So close. I got those backwards here? Because in this case we have arms, arms was the actual, and sorted is the expected, which means that difference should have been actual followed by expected because of the zip. Actual expected. That seems correct there. Flip comma. Actual. No. Expected one should sort before the actual one. I think that is correct, isn't it? Ah, good question. Should have been in BA. Because everything else looked fine. It's probably the same issue. Alright. Yeah, if we don't sort it this way, A compare B, then it's not out of order.
What is that? It is over here.
So we definitely are getting the format should be sorted before IO. Oh, but the span's wrong. Okay, so no, the message is correct. It's just the span that's wrong. Okay. Hmm. There we go. All right, so that's 6. Now let's clean this up a little bit. We're going to do the find map here instead. Also, these we need the expected span, but we don't need the actual one. We do need the actual one just to be able to pipe it into the other one. Okay, find map. And in this case, we are going to give it now the result of find map. So it gives us option B. Returns the first non-none result. Okay, got it. If that sum, then we give it the span, which is the exp span, the actual, the expected. Almost none. Alright, so we have that. And then if there is an error, if there's a difference, just have a tuple with the span the actual and the expected. In which case, we could have just returned to the match order. Look at this. Okay. And throw in a cloned. Oh, I see, yeah. To make it cloned for us. Because each one of those is cloned. Can we not? We have to do it on the itters, don't we? Cloned. And then zip. Because it's going to do that on every single element, isn't it? Oh, interesting. Often clone there. Ooh, that is cool. Alright, let's get rid of this. That's interesting. Okay. Huh, interesting. You really wish that JS had the proposed file element operator? Oh, kind of like Elixir and what other languages have that? Alright. Interesting. So why they stole it from F sharp? Nice. So cloned doesn't appear to be doing what I want it to. It seems to be cloning that directly with the bars on it. So if I did cloned, which is where we started out, oh, find map.cloned. Same error. Oh, we are. I think we were working with mutable borrows here too. Yeah, arms is definitely mutable here, and it has. Here. All right, so where are those coming from? Here. What is arms? The span and some borrows. Not fine because it's not all shared. I see. So because of the push, this here is pushing that value on, and they get ident. So I was thinking that it would just borrow the ident. Which is required by mutable borrow option. Huh. But why is some mutable borrow? Is it because that there is mutable? Oh, on self here. That's the mutable option that we're changing. No? So it must be talking about this one up here, this if let. Then we have a shared borrow of an exclusive borrow ident. Yeah, I'm wondering where that is. Because most of these types here are, I mean, they're not showing as mutably borrowed. So when we get to this point, are these mutably borrowed? Even if I rebind this to not be mutable? It won't just do DRF clone. Right, let's see, it's from the match statement. I see. Arms iter produces a borrow mute arm. Okay. So we were trying to just get a regular borrow in there. So now in this case, cannot move out of a shared borrow, or cannot move out of pat.0, which is behind a shared reference, because they don't implement the copy trait. Now, is that because of these borrows over here? It doesn't live long enough. What are we seeing here? I'm not trying to move it, I just want to get a borrow to it. Add a ref inside the patterns. Because what I had been doing instead of that was putting the borrow here. Now, what is the difference between these? Like having the borrow on the match versus on the inner piece. Okay, patterns move by default, ergonomics. So it's essentially the same. Okay. Got it. Okay, so those are the same. Does that mean that I can then get rid of that and this? Because they're references. You would add a ampersand before each arm to force the move. Oh, I see. All right. That should still work, assuming we didn't butcher it. Good. So let's go continue with the progress. 06. What is that going to break? It should have failed, but it succeeded. 06. Simple rules. Borrow on the outside of the pattern, strips off a borrow. Ref on the inside of the pattern adds a borrow. I see. When we checked enum definitions for sortedness, it was sufficient to compare a single identifier, the name of the variant, for each variant. Match expressions are different in that each arm may have a pattern that consists of more than just one identifier. Ensure that patterns consisting of a path are correctly tested for sortedness. These patterns will be of type path pat, pat tuple struct, or pat struct. Alright, and what does each piece of the path have? The path segment does have an ident, so we could get iterators of idents for each one of these, couldn't we? Oh my goodness, my back is so off from yesterday. Hopefully take a light day today, but I don't know, I've got a bunch of stuff. Gotta do some welding today, probably. Clean some stuff up and do some welding. Get out the TIG. Get some clean, pretty welds going. Alright. So in this case, these need to be sorted correctly. So, the next step here is, instead of that, We have something that implements an iterator, but they're going to be slightly different. So do we have to box the iterators? Welding, yes, I like welding. I haven't done any welding this year though. We could do this. Functions. Wands. The error help message was pointless and wrong. Oh, expected a function. Once. An iter. Once, there we go. Do I make metal sculptures or furniture? Neither. Actually, it's usually structural things. So, I guess furniture, like a bench, like a workbench. Oh, the stack versus heap comment. Mismatch types, yes. Wait, just. Oh, that wasn't correct, Rust Analyzer. Does the iterator have boxed on it? I forget. No. Box new. Oh, nothing has boxed in standard. I see. Ah, features thing. Wait. Box. It's standard box. Oh, ED. I thought that was in the prelude. Box. Oh, I see. Pen has box on it for a box pattern. Oh, ooh, gross. Oh, I see. It's conflicting with that. Got it. Type mismatch resolving once. I didn't. So, Proc-macro 2 ident parameters. Dine item iterator item equals. Oh, I see. Eh, there we go. Let's get rid of that. I just want box normal. Ah, no, this one's different. This one, the tuple struct has more stuff in it. Go back to 9. Tuple struct. Oh, where is it? Pat. This one. Path. And path has segments. And segments, it's punctuated, so we should be able to get an iterator of that. So instead of doing this, wait to equals. So that found path segment. Path segment. Okay, so we have to map that. Do I need to borrow this here? There we go. What is this? Clone for that vector. But we cannot clone that vector, can we? But we can sort the iterator. Why is that not clonable? It looks like it should be clonable. You can clone iterators. Can you not clone box iterators? Oh, you need to say the iterator is cloned. Oh, I see. Here. Thank you. You can't have multiple traits in a box trait. Okay. Interesting. So at this point, do I have to come up with my own type for that? Oh, I don't know how we're going to put that back together for the error message. Why am I making an iterator? Let's see, because... Good question. Good question. I was thinking that it would be interesting to, instead of storing the arms, store the because so we had been storing the idents earlier, right? But the tuple struct, if we want to do the paths and compare the paths, then we have to be able to have something that we can compare later. I was thinking, oh, maybe an iterator of idents would be useful. Yeah, this isn't working. So we could either store the arm itself and do another match later. What about local enum? You only need the last element of the path because that's where the type is. Why would we make a local one instead of just reusing the one that they have? Because isn't that's essentially this the pattern, right? But I thought they also wanted to do this where the match. I guess on this case it actually would be fine. But you're right, the last portion is the only one that actually needs it. Interesting. Instead of just doing it once, yeah. That's true. It's true. Ident. And we also have the... That's interesting. So going back here, I guess in these cases it would always be the same at the beginning, wouldn't it? Unless somebody was doing something funky. Alright, yeah, then we have those. Underscore, yeah. So we get to that. Because I guess it's possible that somebody could also have that in scope, and they do that and that. I guess those are different though. So the I to the E, that would have to be something else. Because yeah, if somebody did this, then we're going to be comparing IO to format instead of to error. All identifiers are paths. Foobar and bar are paths. Just one as a parent. Now, would they expect this to actually be sorted the other way though? Like if I say, oh, this must be sorted, do I actually expect them to be one or the other? I don't know. But also, if we're only ever looking at the last element, soon we'll split it into ident versus path. The reason this sorted example exists is for FFI stuff. Oh, really? Ah, where enum order matters. That makes sense. Well, if it's the case that we're only ever looking at the end identifier in the path, and can we just store that ident and compare it against the others? Yeah, that seems like it should work, because if we're matching, that means everything has to be from the same type. That seems like it should work. Yeah, let's go back a little bit. I'm gonna go before. Okay. This is the one we want to change. So if it is one or the other, guess we could do the same thing here. Otherwise, we get the tail end. Tuple.path. That'll give us a path segment. Just
Shadows on a scorched horizon, like a wall withstand. Arizona roaring, rising from the skull.
when is the case that something like that would be empty? Because it seems like you would always have a last and maybe a first. So a path segment has an ident. Just dot ident on that. So technically that might work, but I want to understand this unwrap here. This one, we already proved that it is something, so we were able to call unwrap on that. But this one here, in what cases, let's say punctuated, last, throws the last element in the sequence. Kind of, like, when would it be none? Oh, if there is no token? Like if there's nothing following it? Huh. Interesting. Alright. Error format should be before error IO. Yes, yes, yes. Well, we almost got the span right. You can just extend that for the golf, yes. Oh, goodness. This is interesting because Can't just arms. Okay. You can extend a vect with an option. Oh, because an option is an iterator. Oh, of course. Oh, that is neat. I see. Oh, wow. Vector. I need to borrow that. Huh, that's cool. So how would we end up keeping that portion of it? And that's like we should just be keeping another piece of the tuple. Span of the full path. Now let's see where I was at. Arm.span. No, the whole path. Arm.path.span. What did we have before? Oh, we had arm.path.span. That didn't work. Yeah, that still gave us the wrong. I had arm.pat, not to arm.path. And reverse path. Ah! Oh my goodness. Arm.pat.path. Whoa! Vim crashed. Tuple.path. Might need to do the quote trick to build the longer span. Spans are hard. Yeah. Still wrong. All right. Now punctuated also has 2 tokens on it. So maybe we could give it the path segments. Still no. Wow. It almost feels like, in this case, we shouldn't be using the span anyways. Let's get rid of that. All right. That there is a really cool trick though. But what we are going to want here for that span, I'm thinking that we want the arm there. Or is it the arm.path? It's basically if let sum s a push a. Yeah.
These aren't kid gloves, Mr. Valiant.
All right. So if this is an arm instead.
Destroying rappers like Judge Doom, killed that, Marvin Act, cutting them like sword and axe, that dip running through Toontown, these Looney Tunes, companies can't stop.
Oh, actually, let's just do arm and arm.
Independence with suspense, like a villain, black trench, creating inventions so greater for the haters, never need no tactics, who frame, Roger Rabbit, throwing lyrics out like javelins, spazzing, animated individuals, rubbing their head, pitiful, saluting A1 generals, whatever matters, competition, imposition, opposition, contract for contract, I'm more that, just fall back.
All right, so if we have that expected done.
Artist, I'm a star in this. Top notch, just check and watch. Live quick, I spit quick. Animation reality. Destroy the town, they mad at me. Independent like wheel spinning. Water machine, time machine. Melt down, they head down. In Toontown, we come around, we rush out, no doubt. I'll put this rabbit in the dip. When I dip, you dip, we dip. Let's put these tunes up in the dip. When you dip, I dip, we dip. I'll put the shoe up in the dip.
Oh, there's no path on pad. Oh, that's right, but
When I dip, you dip, we dip. Let's put these tunes up in the dip. When you dip, I dip, we dip. I'll put this shoe dip, you dip, we dip. When I'm mobbing with the weasels, we can dip Toontown into the ground. Funny but my ears tall, got a lot on my plate, dog. Only thug rabbit out here in Toontown. Baby Herman, put the knife down. Papa Weasel for my peoples like clap clap. Giving haters dirt naps. I got a girl and she always got the carrot cake. It's an interspecies romance, real rabbit shit. Roger be mobbing all day, with Mickey Mouse making that pay. Them cartoons from back in the day, just Doom won't be showing his face. He'd probably be after our day, the dippy be letting it spray. I
All right.
don't believe it, I can't believe it, I shan't believe it, no way. Cause Roger Rabbit don't play, doing donuts all day.
So if we do token stream there,
You best get out of our way. You know I'm putting in work. These fools about to get
expand.
with that acetone and that turpentine and that benzene going berserk. Roger, Roger Rabbit,
Expected.
smash like a Roger Rabbit. You three dope shorts like a Roger Rabbit. One buck two like a Roger Rabbit. I'll put this rabbit in the dip. When
Trying to find like some common base for these things. I don't know. Token stream, it seems to work. It'll have the span. I don't like going to that like really generic type though. Alright, so at this point we need basically the pieces. We're going to keep, let's see, what are we keeping? I mean, it could be arm, could be something else. But that's what we're going to pass through, not the identifier. The identifier we will keep just for the comparisons. And then this piece on the left there. I mean, is that really the hat ident? I mean, it looks like it's going to be the whatever's on the inside. So let's do token stream.
I'll put this rabbit in the dip. When I dip, you dip, we dip. Let's put these tunes up in the dip. When you dip, I dip, we dip. I'll put the shoe up in the dip. When I dip, you dip, we dip.
Okay, and then we have the token stream. Sorting them. We have the spans. And we replace. Getting rid of these.
When I dip, you dip, we dip. When I'm mobbing with the weasels, we can dip Toontown into the ground. Baron Von Rotten, Baron Von Rotten, Baron Von Rotten has very bad morals. Baron Von
Actual expected.
Von Rotten, Baron Von Rotten.
And we are going to keep the actual tokens and the expected tokens. Oh.
Hey Dad, how are you?
Oh, you've been playing around with Proc-macro error.
Good, we're just finishing up the record. I'm in Berkeley right now.
Oh, that's cool. How's the record going?
It is good. I'm really happy with it. And, you know, I've been listening to a lot of E40 to get in the zone. What did you think of his new album?
Oh, E40, he's awesome. He really represents Bay Area indie rap. You know, he's been around for a while, and he started small, you know, with his East Bay roots, and then he's grown the whole Bay Area and nationwide. And, you know, he's one of the best in the game, buddy.
Chill.
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 Hey, do you sometimes kind of wish I'd gone to law school?
I love that one. That's funny. Let's take a look. Makes our reporting of procedural macros nice and easy. Oh, interesting. Migrate from panic-based macro base errors with as little effort as possible. That sounds nice. I don't like this part. Ooh, nice. Wow. It doesn't use the compiler stuff for it? Basically just fancy panic? Huh. That's clever. Oh, you won't get the line output or anything. Ah, I see. We went too far. Got the whole thing now. Oh, and it's got spaces. Ah, it shouldn't have spaces. Alright, yeah, we're also going way too far with this. Let's strip that down a little bit. Okay, I think this is going in the right direction. We're almost good there. I think that was okay, but the tuple struct here... Oh. We just want the path. I so respect how much effort people have put into making these errors. This is so hard. Like, it's... Alright, so we got that right. Alright, so we got... Well, if we use... Actually, if we use this exact same span here, instead of the tokens, it only gives us the first, what is that, 5 characters underlined. But if we give it the whole token stream, then it does the whole thing. Because I get different output if I... No, we tried this, and it doesn't. If we give it the span of that exact same thing, it only gave us error underlined. But if we give it the tokens, it gives us something else. And we saw this also with one of our previous exercises, the first one. So I had gone through and I tested every possible option. Not the span of the ident. On the path tuple struct? I'm pretty sure we did that. You mean get ident here? That one? But in this case, the number of path segment is 1. Yeah, this would have been a single ident. I think this is what it's giving us the very first element. The ident of my vector. But this is the ident in the vector. That's are you saying that the last like the ident of the last segment item will encompass the whole path? Full span of the arm. I wasn't getting that. I thought we had checked that. Sin arm, pat sin, pat ident. I think that was giving me the wrong thing. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's the wrong thing, because that's the same problem that we had 2 days ago. And you're also using last for the second. Okay. All right. Hmm. You're just using the add-in span for your errors. I see. All right, so in this case, I'm gonna go back up to the errors here. Because here we just have token streams, right? Will that make it look pretty? It might. We're pretty close. We just still have those spaces in there. All right, so if we went back to span ident, I guess how do we end up getting the name of that? See, ident of the arm, pat, ident. So yeah, pat ident works. So tuple struct, this one doesn't. Oh, what is it? It's a tuple pattern. Okay, so we have the attributes that's going to become before it, then we have the path. And in this case, get ident only works if it's a single ident. In this case, it's not. So that doesn't work. Curious what you came up with, Museum. All right. Need to consolidate it. Okay. I'm going to review this for a minute. So we got our visitor here set up. There was a lot we went through this time. Okay. So ignoring this there. Created our visitor. That would store an error. And here we visit match function. check to see if it is sorted. Well, if it has the sorted marker on it. And then if it does, come into it, remove that index if it did exist. Guess we didn't need peekable here. Guess we would have come down, maybe used peekable down here. There was also the idea of using the B-tree set. Difference. All right. I think the most trouble I'm having with this is understanding like how to get the display values for these paths. So I can kind of stumble through a bunch of this. Definitely not quick with it. Token stream seems like a really big shortcut or escape hatch. No, I wouldn't call it an escape hatch. Because if we have this path tuple struct, we could store the entire path instead of just one piece. And when we were sorting, we could sort on those. And when we go to sort this versus the other, we could say, oh, we're just using the last bits. But it does seem as though in something like this, we would want the majority of these to all have the same type. Which goes back to that union idea. Or enum. Because then we could also implement, ord on there. The path tuple struct. This should be a little different too. Arms iter dot flat map. No, filter map. That's gonna go into arms. Some, none, some. Let's go back one. That should be a path ident.
Charlie's got you hanging from his knees, bleeding as he's screaming on the roof. Finally, I found someone to breathe, wrapped around your finger.
All right. Actually, let's get rid of that. All right, so now we should be able to compare the order of these if we import order for that. Ah. All right. I've just been told I gotta go do something. I'm a little bit over time, but drat. I would like to keep going on that. We're gonna give this a scan real quick. All right, we're doing Rust. Oh, Brookzerker. What is this guy doing? In-body simulation in Rust. Ooh, that sounds cool. That sounds really cool. I think we're gonna check that out. All right. Well, thanks y'all for hanging out, and I hope to get a little bit further tomorrow. Man. Until next time. Bye-bye.